Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, after a little bit of mic problem here. And welcome back to a Monday. This is still October, last Monday of October. Tomorrow is Halloween. No, I don't really have anything planned, per se, but I am here on the wild SMP, and I thought I set the time to noon. I see the sun moving. Oh no, that's a cloud. Okay. Anyway, welcome back. It is a lovely day. There's the sun. It is set to noon. On the Wild SMP, I'm here at the Menger Sponge. Today I'm going to be doing what I can over here with what materials I have for the Menger Sponge. And then, if there's any leftover time or I run out of materials or whatever, I will work some more over on the Undercity build. That's why I didn't have anything specifically in mind for today's stream. Let's see here. First person. Ooh. I need to figure out what I'm going to do about the clouds. Do I just turn the clouds? Is there a setting? Let's see here. I have Optifine. Yes, yes. Options, video settings, wasn't there. Is it under details? Clouds fancy. There used to be, aha, cloud height. 100%. Done, done, done. Look at that. That fixes everything. I knew there was something I could do. Now the question is, do the clouds vanish when I'm on the ground? They do not. That's terrific news. Oh, is there any new material? No, there is not. So, I guess hi George, before I get into things, I am going to, let's see here, get back up here first. I will hide this, minimize that, move this over here, shrink this down, and bring this up. There we go. I would like to say thank you to the people who are able to help support the stream and the channel and all that kind of stuff. Without you guys, it would be very taxing to do a lot of the things that I want to do on here, and I would not be able to do some of the things that I have done on Minecraft, on my Discord, and on some other games. Like I did that playthrough on, give me a second here, Breath Edge. Is that what it's called? Breath Edge? I think that's what it's called. I would not have been able to do that or do the private stream for Outer Worlds on my Discord or anything else if it hadn't been for the support that I'm getting on Patreon here. So thank you very much to Elmaze11's Ogma Infinium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and X-Blaze Ninja. And if you too would like to help support my channel, maybe give me a some game that you want me to get my hands on or suggest for me to play from my collection, I will gladly do that. I can see about adding new stuff to my collection if that is the request, and the only way I can really do that though is with the funds that come from this. So future projects are going to either be based on what I've already got or what might be coming in. Anyway, I do have a Discord, as I mentioned, and if you would like to join that, the link is down below near the links to the Patreon and Streamlabs. And if you do want to join, just remember to pick a role. We have periodic events and movie nights and things like that. Games. When I'm not streaming on here, I'm always on the Discord, either in voice or lurking and ready to pounce on voice at a moment's notice. So, apart from that, there's literally hundreds of hours of new stuff every day to look at and to do. So, you know, it's never a dull moment, except if you don't like to be surrounded by a whole bunch of people who are lurking, waiting for someone else to start a conversation, because that's what we all do over there. Anyway, let's see here. Any other news? Oh, my data pack experimentation for the 1.20 stuff. Here, I can build while I'm talking. I have... Yeah, this is right. Oh, no. That is what's right. Okay. I have heard back from the developer on one of the trouble data packs. Oops. Called the Bracken pack. And they have said that recently they've been messing around with and pulling out certain functions, and asked if I were to delete the functions folder from their data pack, if it would make it playable. And keep in mind, I have about 70 things going between data packs and plugins. At least about 50 plugins and the rest are 50 data packs and the rest are plugins. And without this one thing called the Bracken pack, everything runs at, it's in the green. It's above 18.5 TPS, ticks per second. A vanilla Minecraft base game tick per second is 20, and so if you want to have smooth gaming, you need to be at or about 20. And so anything that's within about 1 or 2 ticks per second of that 20 mark, either side, is perfect. Anything that goes below about 16 ticks per second, you start to really notice it, especially with mobs moving around and that sort of thing. So, without the Bracken pack, all 70-ish things that I have included, the game runs at about 18.5 ticks per second when I'm exploring and generating brand new chunks, and it just runs at a solid 20 ticks per second when I'm standing there still. The ticks go down a little bit when I'm near an ocean, I suppose, specifically when I'm near an ocean that has a rendered guardian temple, because their AI tends to hog the game functions, and it bogs down the main tick loop. So my ticks tend to go down near, say, an ocean, but other than that, if I'm on land, everything is 20 ticks per second, and it's smooth as butter. Even with the 50 some odd data packs and the 20 plugins or whatever, everything just runs just smooth as silk. But then I add the Bracken pack, and I go from 20 ticks per second to 5.5 ticks per second, or lower sometimes if I'm moving around, and it's just terrible. And I've tested it as a standalone data pack and as part of the mix. Now, when I tested on the standalone, it still tanks, but not as bad. But it still goes into the red. it skips from green through yellow straight to red. But if I have it alongside other stuff, it's just red all the time. It's terrible. But they had me go in and pull out the functions folders from their zip files, or zip file. Oh, you can't see the Minecraft. Thank you. Sorry. That's still up over on this screen. Ay, 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 ay. Multiple monitors, nonsense, windows being moved into the front. I need to figure out a better system to automate that. I apologize. Thank you for letting me know. Anyway, where was I? Oh, right. So they had me pull out the functions folder, or folders, I guess, from their data pack. And I tested it as standalone, and it did run a little bit better. It was in the yellow. Still wasn't in the green. And this was just the one data pack. And then I tested it with the rest of the data packs, and it was still in the red, even with the functions removed. And keep in mind, the other function, or the other data packs altogether, it still runs perfectly fine. So I have no idea what's going on. What I'm going to do, maybe tonight after the stream or tomorrow before my stream or whatever, I'm going to record a video showcasing exactly the steps I'm taking and showing the stats of the computer and all that kind of stuff. Demonstrate that everything is on solid state drive, so it's instantly loading. It's not like I'm waiting for my hard drive to wind up. I'm running my operating system on one solid state drive and the server on a completely separate solid state drive, so it's writing over there separately from this one. And they're both the onboard 2 terabyte solid state in VMA, is that what it's? Something like that. When you do claims list, it shows a lot of places that have dash. Oh. It shows a lot of places that have blocks. Have I claimed those spots? Yes, if you do claims list, like if I do this, if you were to visit all those spots, you would find that I have a claim at those spots. Every one of those is a claim of mine, and the same thing would be, oh, minus blocks? Yeah, oh yeah, the minus blocks, yes. Okay, let me explain how that works then. You see at the top how it says 3,000 blocks plus play plus 300,000 bonus equals 303,000 total. And then it has line by line a whole bunch of subtractions. Minus 7,254 blocks here, yada 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 yada. And then at the very bottom it says equals 22,850 blocks left to spend. It's a big math problem. Total minus 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 equals. That's what's going on there. I hope that Banish is actually watching. They said hi in the chat. So I presume that they are watching. But anyway, the sad part about the whole Bracken pack not working is the Bracken pack is the main data pack that made me decide to pursue building a data pack. And it is the one that's broken. Everything else is working just fine. All the other stuff I've added is perfectly swell. It's just the Bracken pack that's the problem. And the developer did admit that the way it was built before was producing massive lag. Quote. And I can confirm. But it's still producing massive lag. So I can't move forward with using it in my build until that one problem gets fixed. And I suspect that what's going on is, well, there are a couple of things. One, it includes a very small amount of terrain generation in the overworld. Like if you're near deep ocean, it can include a whirlpool that will take you to a place called the brine, and there's a couple other things that it does, but I'm thinking that the terrain generation is not the problem. I think what it's doing is it is listening everywhere for events to happen. Events such as a player goes above a certain Y level or below a certain Y level in order to trigger the transition from one dimension to another. That's how the Bracken pack works, is there are like a dozen or so different dimensions, and you can visit them by going up through the world or down through the world. And if you go all the way down and touch your feet to the very bottom bedrock layer of the world in the overworld, you get transported, ideally, to a place called the Underdark. And then if you dig all the way to the bottom of the Underdark and touch your feet to the very bottom blocks there, you get transported to the Nether. And then if you dig to the bottom of the Nether, you get transported to the bottom, or to the top of a dimension called Sanctum. Is that right? Yeah, Sanctum. And then you fall through the bottom of Sanctum because it is diggable, it is not bedrock, and you go through the void, and ideally, after falling through the void, you end up in the end. But then from the overworld, you can also build up to a dimension called the Feywilds. And then from the top of the Feywild to build up to a dimension called the Pax, P-A-X. And I'm not sure if there's one above the Pax. But then there are the dimensions that you have special conditions for discovering. One of them is, well, one of them's the brine. And it's sort of an ocean dimension, and and in the brine, I think the ocean is toxic or something like that. But anyway, there's also, boy, I can't remember the name of the rest of them easily. Yes, if you go back and do /unclaim inside any of your claims, it will refund your claim blocks. But anyway, there's one dimension that's sort of got a, I don't know, a matrixy kind of vibe. And in order to get to it, you have to run past a lodestone with speed 2 or something like that. And then there's a couple other dimensions beyond that. I can't remember where they are off the top of my head. Hello, Brianna. I don't remember what the other dimensions are. I would have to look them up. But, long story short, in order to transfer between them, the game is listening for you to put your character in certain positions or in certain situations. And when those criteria are met, it will transport you to other dimensions. I have made sure that I included a plugin which makes it so all dimensions are unloaded unless there are players in them. So that's not the issue. As a matter of fact, when I installed that, it really improved things. I went from about 4 ticks per second to all the way back up to almost 6 ticks per second. And that may not seem like a lot in the grand scheme of things, but as far as functionality for this data pack, it was a lot. But what frustrates me is that I have 2 other data packs that add combined one more dimension than what just the Bracken pack alone does. Bracken pack, I think, is 12 dimensions. Might be 11 actually. And then there are 4 in the Newentown other dimensions, or whatever it's called. And then there are a further like 8 or 9 in the expansion, which allows you to go to the moon and Mars and Venus by way of rocket ships and stuff. So there's something unrelated to the worlds that is causing a huge tick drain on the main game cycle that's coming specifically from the Bracken pack. And if I knew anything about it, I'd be trying to figure it out, but unfortunately I do not have any experience with assembling data packs. B, I don't know how to optimize for expediency within the tick loop. And C, I don't know exactly everything that the Bracken pack is doing. So I'm kind of at a loss. I will, until further notice, not be including the Bracken pack in my data pack collection that was originally designed around the Bracken pack. And that's actually kind of saddening. I have one. Oh, I was very excited though to find that one of the data packs that had not been updated from 1.19 has since I started assembling the 120, it has been updated to 120. And it's called The Other Side. Oops. And what The Other Side does is, after you defeat the warden, you get this thing called a ancient city key or something, a key of some sort. And you place it, you right click it on the ground within a certain distance of the portal down in the deep dark ancient city. Oops. And then it has a sound and animation, and then it actually turns it into a functioning portal, which transfers you to another dimension called the other side. And it is a realm of skulk. Skulk everywhere. And there's lore, there's storyline, there's ruins everywhere, there's different kinds of biomes, but it's all skulky. And wardens can spawn, so you have to be careful in it. But the main premise of the data pack that I'm putting together, the data pack collection, is I want to have adventure and exploration. I want to emphasize the adventure aspect. The New in Town data pack. You build a city, you build a colony, whatever, castle, walls, mining drills, all kinds of stuff. You build some things that help automate the production of materials and goods and stuff, and then you build some things that are just there for game mechanics and fun, and it's great. It adds structures for you to discover in different parts of the world nearby-ish. But also, once you build the mayor's office is what it's called, you will get sent to, I think, up to 4 other dimensions to build a colony in those dimensions, or something like that. But it includes other dimensions, and I can't imagine that it would send you to other dimensions and not allow for you to be able to expand your colony. So I have not yet tested that aspect, and I may potentially test my new structure for the data pack collection this week, or starting this week anyway. And this time, because I know that everything is going to be working just hunky-dory, I will probably not need to rely as heavily on testing, and I can just play the game as normal, so we can get some adventure that way. But I want to be able to have in-game reasons to explore beyond just the ooh, what's over here. I want to explore to find these special ruins and temples and things like that that are added by a couple of data packs. And if you find a special map inside of a loot chest as a random chance, it will send you off on an adventure to like 10,000 blocks or more away to encounter this structure and deal with its denizens. One is it's not called a husk. Stray. It's called a stray. The blue ones are called strays. There's a stray fortress. That was pretty wild. That was a 10,000 block adventure when I was testing that out. Pretty neat. And there are a number of other structures that have, you know, the Vindicators and all that. But then there are the things that I am including to send players to other dimensions. And I was very excited with the new in town. The one that you build a town. One of the structures you build is an observatory, and once you build the observatory, you will start getting these meteors that come to the ground. And they will fall within 300 blocks of the observatory on non-town locations. So if you want to make sure that your own personal stuff doesn't get completely destroyed, you're gonna have to build accordingly. But when I discovered it, I thought, well, that's a perfect opportunity for me to want to examine the sky and introduce the exploration aspect of the expansion. Because you have to get out a spyglass, have a book and quill, and my goodness, this one track, so loud. You get out a spyglass, you look at the moon for a long enough time, and hold a book and quill in your offhand, and it fills the book and quill with the manual for the expansion, so you know how to go through that data pack. And you build some vehicles like a rocket and shuttle and that sort of thing. Oxygen tanks so you can breathe in space and on the moon and whatnot, and some other things, and then you can go explore that way. And there's progression, because if you want to go any further than the moon, you need to have better materials, which you can only get on the moon, and it's a whole thing. But I have a couple of other data packs and or plugins that I want to include. And I was hoping that the new in town would send you on quests. I thought for sure there was something in there that I had read about someone giving quests to go other places. And I might be wrong on that. But if I can't get anything out of that, then I'm going to be adding a few more things that will assign sort of random quests periodically. Like I have one called Wanted that at the beginning of every day, it randomly selects a mob type, and the first player to defeat one of that mob type gets a reward of some experience. And that's great, but it feels very lacking. So what I want to do is include more questing related stuff, and if I can, stuff that I don't have to create the quests myself. Because especially if I can't reasonably assemble this as a Patreon server, then it's going to be something that I'll be playing basically alone. And if I'm writing all these custom quests for me to have to do, it feels wasted. I would rather have a data pack and or plugin that just gives quest givers for me to pick things up. So I'm going to keep hunting around for that, but everything else that I've got installed seems to be working just fine. There's a couple other things that I want to test, including one that I found, two that I found today. One that I found today is a backpack one, and gives 3 tiers of backpacks, pretty well balanced, iron, gold, and diamond. Adds 1 row, 2 rows, or 3 rows of a chest that you can carry as a portable inventory. And maybe 2, sort of like doing this. And why is there a name tag? I don't know who this was from. Ha! It's not named. Oh, it says Blaze. Oh, it's probably from X-Blaze Ninja. Ah, if you need more shulkers, I can throw piles of shulkers at you, bud. Let's see here. 2. I'll put that there. Anyway, if I can't find anything that's going to be assigning random quests, then so be it. But I want to build a collection of data packs and plugins that accentuate and emphasize the adventure, the exploration, and that sort of thing. And regardless of whether they can work multiplayer, I want it to be a large ongoing project of try to do as many of all the things as possible. One problem I am running into with it is if I bring up the advancements here, Vanilla Minecraft has 5 advancement tabs. We've got Nether, we've got Adventure, we've got the End, we've got Husbandry, and we've got Minecraft. Because, you know, there's enough things to do with animals that it called for its own tab. And there are 5 tabs. There's enough room for another 1, 2, 3 tabs here, and 8 along the bottom. That makes 16, and we're doing good. 5 along either side, that's 26. But then, once you get beyond 26, 1 or more of the tabs are no longer showing. And this is a problem because everyone who makes a plugin, a mod, or a data pack wants to have a tab of their very own. And if you do the math and realize that I've got 70 things installed, then it's almost certain that I'm going to run into having tab overflow. And that's what has happened. I have, after you initiate the different data packs and plugins that I've got, it spits it over 26 tabs. And I found only a single solution that might be able to fix it, and I have not yet gotten it to work. But it is a mod, a client-side only mod, that you can use to stretch and expand. Boy, this track is loud too. Just a second. Shush you. Both the loud ones. At least I got them out of the way this early. Wait, is this 1, 2, and then gap? Yes. Okay, cool. I installed the mod, and it is for 1.20.1. I launched it through a Fabric launch as just a standalone thing, and it launches. But when I go to join the server, it crashes. Something crashes whilst ticking something or other. I don't know why exactly, but it crashes. But what it does is it takes advantage of the fact that, you know, there's all this other room. You can take this window and drag the corner up if in an ideal world. And this advancement screen, here's the more frustrating thing about it. If you go video settings, GUI scale 1, make it the teeny tiniest so that there's as much space as possible. Here's what you get for the advancements tab. It does not take advantage of all of the space. So I found a mod which purports to fix that, and I got the version. I installed the Fabric. I got everything set up as they demonstrated, and when I go to launch it, it works fine. But as soon as I join the world of the server that has all these extra tabs, instant crash. So I have more work to do with that, but I was hoping to be able to rely on the tabs for additional quest information. And here's one more reason why. If I am going to be able to get like random, like pre-made random quests built into the quests plugin, then they say that the extra information about whatever quest you're on is added to, you guessed it, a whole other tab. So not only do I not have room for the tabs I've already got, but if I want to include the quests plugin and use any quests that they have functionality for there, that's another tab that may or may not be visible. How do you get more than 3,000 block claims? In order to do that, you go to gems. If you come over here to gems, /gems, you will find this screen here. And on the sword, you find server specific items. And then these these 5 golden shovels. If you want your claims to never expire, you have to have a total of at least 5,000 claim blocks. So you get your 3,000, and then for 499 gems, which is the same as $5, you can get an additional 2,000 claim blocks, and that will put you at that magical 5,000 number, and you never have to worry about things unclaiming ever again. But if you want to go for just getting more claim blocks, the best bet is to go with this one here, the 25,000 claim blocks. Yes, it is $28 or 2,799 gems, however you want to look at that. But you get more than 3 times as many claim blocks by doing it this way than doing it this way. But if you want gems, every single Saturday, RGA streams on Twitch and provides plenty of opportunities for people to get gems. That's where I get all mine. Oh wow, I am now at 10,720 gems. And all of those came from, what's going on? All of those came from watching RGA's stream. What is going on? Why is it constantly placing blocks? Stop that. But yeah, every single Saturday, RGA does a stream. Oh, by the way, I would be doing Fallout Shelter in the corner, but I don't feel like having that added stressor today. I've been busy trying to figure stuff out about the Bracken Pack and everything else. Enough that it is occupying my brain space to the point where if I try to do too much at once right now, it's going to drive me bonko. So, no Fallout Shelter today. I must remember to put torches on. This is the torch layer. Okay. So either way, it's going to get torches in this direction. But then, let's see here. In these central stripes, it will get additional torches in the other direction. Got it. I don't care who you are, that's funny. Yeah, he doesn't do YouTube. He got started on YouTube, but he doesn't do YouTube anymore. There for a while he was doing maybe some shorts or whatever, but he even stopped doing that months and months ago. And it's just Twitch streaming that he does, which is sad because unless you pay for, I think, $120 a year, something like that, for Streamlabs Ultra, I think it's called, whatever the premium version of Streamlabs is, you can only stream to one platform, and I stream obviously here on YouTube. But if you do pay for the Ultra, you can what's called multi-stream, which allows you to stream to several platforms at the same time, or pick and choose which platform you want to stream to. I'm locked in at only being allowed to stream to YouTube. And unless I pay a lot of money, I am stuck with just YouTube. But I'm not going to be getting that Ultra thing because now Twitch has decided that multi-streaming is not allowed. So if you are streaming on Twitch, you cannot also be streaming elsewhere. So this means that I will never be streaming on Twitch, which means that when his stream ends, I can never really get rated. Very sad. I would be incentivized to stream on Saturdays if he could raid to YouTube. Let's see here. It was this. Did I do both of these? I did. I think I know what you're talking about. If memory serves, that is, what is that mod's name? Bother, I can't remember the mod's name. Let's see here. Is it on my address book? It's not Reaping Venom. It's not Pastels of Peach. Nope. I don't believe I have it in my address book. Oh well. Oops. Time Clicker is a pretty interesting one. It's based on another game where you try to defeat an enemy, and then when you inevitably lose, you stack. Oh, wait a minute, not this one. You stack your damage with a past version of yourself. And then eventually, after enough stacking, you can get enough combos and stuff off to be able to defeat harder and harder enemies. But this one is just an idle clicker game that's based loosely on it. And I can never remember what the other game is. Alright, so I have illuminated everything properly. I have 22 soul torches remaining. Awesome. So that was exactly 3 stacks. Huh. Now who was... Who was that mod? I think they also had a claim down this way. with like some floating balloons or something. Ow. Who is this? Okay. Oh, yeah. There's Bro the Pro's place, building everything with just dirt. That's not it. Maybe on a different road. Yeah, I don't think it's out past the Coconut Mall. Whose is this? Okay. Let's go spawn. That's Redstone Road. Let's check Gold Road. It's within the kilometer, and going from spawn, I know it's on the left. Now, I may be completely wrong about this, but I am reminded of something that I saw elsewhere. Oh yeah, there's my claim that I'll be working on once I finish the Manger Sponge. This is a nice structure. Dead man walking. This one's pretty cool. This also has the vibe of floating structures. Then there's this monstrosity, which even on my computer, once you go inside, boy does it drag. Oh, you can feel the individual frames. It's so great. Is that coming from up here? No. So that means it's all the frame drops are coming. Oh wait, no, it is. It's the chests. That has to be what it is. The road's over here. Is this? Are we nearing it? No. I don't think it's out past Zen and Sarah's. So we'll have to check another road. Oh yeah, I'm way past. I do remember this. Oh, and then there was, okay, yeah, so it's not out here. Spawn again. Let's go this way. Emerald Road, that feels more promising. Oh yeah, I've been having a blast with Idol Slayer. In just a couple days, I've gotten hundreds of achievements, and it's built to give bonuses based on achievements, but I've gotten at least a third of the achievements. It's great. Huh. Mycelium. Cuddles is now AFK. Yeah, it's not feeling like it's this direction. What are you? Castle in the sky and a spiral staircase leading up. It's entirely unclaimed. Oh, wait, no. This is claimed by Jupiter Jordan. And there's Tents of Rage. I don't feel like it would be out this far. Okay, last road. Love that mushroom. Big ol' empty claim by Fuzzy Pickle. I wonder if they'll ever come back on. I've never actually inspected this place. What is this? This is a ranger's place. Closed. Interesting. Ah. I know it was near one of these big highway through cutting areas. Aha! Casper Jack. This is what I was thinking of. Okay, so it's not chained, it's just there's only the balloons. I thought there were things that were tied down, like floating islands attached by chains in this area. This is what I was thinking of. Casper Jack. I found it. At least I found it. As long as you need for peace and quiet. And then this was, oh, that's why I couldn't find it, because the shop is actually run by them. Okay. Yeah, let's see here. Elytras are very rare. Let's get back to building. Hi, kitty. So it was Casper Jack. When they said it was Sun Kokyu, I knew that was wrong, but I didn't have the information in my brain to say why it was wrong. It was Casper Jack. Oh! Wait, you were on Diamond Road? Okay, let's see here. Slash back. Do 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 do. Can't remember if you were on the right or left. I like this place. This is a neat little place. Nice and cozy. This is a neat design. I like it. Left in the cut-through area. I've probably passed it up. I passed it. Now it's going to be on the right. Right after big columns. Ah. Whose was this? Turtle is my game. Turtles is my game. That's what it was. That road leads off somewhere. I visited it once. Okay. So you said it was after this. Big sign that says shop and free. Oh, there's the E plus E equals E. Okay. Free stuff. I hear a very expensive item. Unless what I hear is a chest cart. In which case it's not as expensive. PV 30. Hopper mine carts go for like 30 million on here. Oh, there's an alarm. And I'm back. Okay. Which one was it that happened where where they decided, clearly everyone wants to have this. Was that the glow squid? I think that was the glow squid. But even back then everyone was like, we've played mods with literally hundreds of extra animals and creatures on it. Why can't you just add all three? That was That was a complaint during the very first mob vote. Why can't you just add all of them? Yeah, I did mention it in a previous stream. It was the day of or the day after the last mob vote where they just selected the armadillo. I think it was the day after. I'm not going to bother looking it up. Anyway, I had mentioned it because it was a topic that I had freshly seen a whole bunch of people talking about. And I share the sentiment. There's no reason to have this pretend limited resource of, oh, we can only add one mob. No, you can't. You can add as many as you want. You're literally the ones in control of that. I have used glow item frames for a couple of things, but they're generally garbage. Now, I have functionally used glow ink sacs for something else. The glowing sign text, because otherwise this would not stand out, such as it is. In Pokemon, what do you do in the towns? Do you have to go to towns in order to level up to be able to go to harder areas, or what? Because I've never really played, not even really, I've never at all played any of the Pokemon games. I know that you go around and you find things in the tall grass and you fight them and all that, and I know that there's hospitals in the towns or stuff like that, but beyond that, I don't know what function the towns serve. Are there quest givers? 4 lightning rods. Let's see here. Home warehouse. Up to the 3rd floor. All the way back. Trade, banish. You didn't. Oh, if you didn't need 48, well, I was going to give you 56 of them. Oh, I did not tear down the last batch of aged copper. Maybe I'll do that during the end of this stream. I want to use up the cobbled, or the chiseled deep slate that I've got before I do any other stuff. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to announce my stream. But I think everyone who watches it is already watching it. Yep. Anderson, Banish, Cuddles, Johnny. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Just do it. Thank you, Shia LaBeouf. Level 2. Oops. Did I say your name? Maybe? I mean, I said your name some time ago. Oh, speaking of saying your name, you know what else I forgot? In addition to forgetting about the stream announcement. Oh yeah, I did say your name. I was listing the people who are likely to be watching my stream right now. Let's see here. I forgot about it because it was put in a different channel than usual, and that's fine. Today's Dinobot dad joke summoned by X Blaze Ninja Zero is, and I actually rather enjoy this one. I've never heard it before. Why do nurses carry around red crayons? Because sometimes they need to draw blood. If that isn't one of the most fantastic dad jokes. What? My dad joke or something else? Like, if I was the sort of person who went to blood drives, I would carry around just a handful of red crayons and give the workers there one red crayon each. Tell them, here, this is so you can draw blood. Speaking of red crayons, I am reminded of the fact that when you go to restaurants like Denny's and whatnot, when you get the kids placemat or kids menu or whatever, they bring out a little handful of crayons for the kids to doodle. At what point? Well, I know according to restaurants the answer to this question, but realistically, at what point is it just assumed that people no longer want to draw on their placemat when they visit a restaurant? I ask because last time I went to, it was either a Denny's or Steak and Shake or whatever, I saw them bring out a red, blue, and a yellow crayon, and the kid at the next table was busily making scribbles all over their word puzzles and all that kind of stuff. And I got the waitress's attention. I said, "Wait, where's my crayons?" They actually brought me out some crayons, and I decided to start drawing something. I think I drew a dragon or whatever, but it's assumed that people's souls no longer need crayons when you're waiting for your food to be delivered. And I think life would be so much better if they just gave everyone a handful of crayons to draw while their food is being prepared. I think the world would be a better place. I see PvP being discussed in chat, and I avert my eyes. Speaking of PvP, I have recently been binge watching Letterkenny. Wonderful show. I love it. It's a great show. And I think I know why, for me, it is so great. It's because the events that happen in each episode are repeated and predictable. And the main character, repeated and predictable, follows specific rule sets and things like that, and does not budge from them. And I am very firmly of the belief that Wayne from Letterkenny is what would happen if someone is raised in an environment where fisticuffs is okay practice, but they are born autistic. After having watched several seasons of it, it seems very clear that it was either deliberately designed to have the persona of an autistic person, or it just so happens that they were written in such a way that they come off as that. Either way, the predictability of the episodes is very comforting to me, even though I'm not a fan of getting into fights of any sort. And a lot of Letterkenny revolves around, you know, just getting into fights. But that aside, I really am enjoying the show. Well, here's the thing. You can predict what the character will do in specific kinds of situations, but then you introduce the other element of other characters introducing them to new situations and watching them have to adapt on the fly. They have to apply a rule set from some other aspect of their life or create a whole new rule set. And that's where predictable characters, I should say, become interesting. It is okay to have a set routine. It is when that routine gets interfered with that the spectacle happens. For instance, you're playing Skyrim and everyone has interacted with Nazim. Have you been to the Cloud District? Oh, who am I kidding? Of course you haven't. You want to bloody his nose the first time you meet him. It's great. He's just an easily identifiable NPC. And he's non-essential, too. And you know his pattern, you know his routine. You can follow his daily route and everything. But then there's a quest where an NPC gets kidnapped and you have to go rescue them from a cave. Suddenly, they are in a whole new situation. They may not have the same dialogue, they may, but now you see this character that you're ever so familiar with in the wrong place. And so it becomes interesting. You go to the same grocery store every weekend. You get the same food every week. Then, they decide to change up what's in which aisle. Same stuff, different place. Throws you off. You have to learn a new adventure, a new route to the store. I don't know where the mayo is anymore. I guess I'll just wander around. Having the same stuff doesn't necessarily mean monotonous. Having things predictable, it is good that it's predictable that the grocery store will carry mayo. Blah, blah, blah. But it's not always going to be in the same spot in every store all the time. And that's where the external randomness can interact with the predictability to make an interesting novel situation. And to a grander extent, what you want is characters to behave predictably. You don't want a set group of characters to each time that they have a new situation have a different set of parameters that they follow. You don't want people's belief systems to change at the drop of a hat unless that is their paradigm that they are designed specifically to accentuate that they are ever changing. You want a character to have at least a little predictability. I understand you don't necessarily want the same predictability all the time. I do get that. As they say, variety is the spice of life. But having the knowledge that gravity goes down and having the knowledge that friction keeps things stuck to surfaces can make for a novel experience of seeing a ball go uphill under certain circumstances. The predictability of gravity and the predictability of friction are just inherent. But then you throw in, here's an edge case, and that's where it becomes interesting. Interesting is finding things you're familiar with and seeing them in unusual circumstances. But if you have like a series of books or shows or whatever where it is literally the exact same thing every episode, that's a problem. But if you have a different thing every episode, but that same thing is repeated a few times in different ways, you can go, here comes the theme for today's show. Today's magic word is Farfignugan, or whatever. You know that when today's word is said, you scream real loud. Haha, that's the routine, that's the ritual. Yay, I scream real loud. But you don't know when or how or where the word of the day is going to come in, and you don't know what the word of the day is going to be at the beginning of the day. That's where, if it is done correctly, having predictability and consistency just universally applied is a great tool. And even more so for my kind of brain. I will be the first to admit that I like sameness. I like repetition and patterns. I love it. I've had the same thing for breakfast every day for the last 6 months. 4 months. 4.5. And I love it. It's something I don't have to think about. I can spend my mental energies elsewhere. Oh, I did forget to take my Monday vitamin though. That isn't part of my normal routine. That's a newish thing. Yeah, I don't like, for instance, even if I apply it to a show or a series of books or whatever, I like to see the predictable thing. I love it. It's comforting. It lets me know I'm home. And then from there, they build on the new situation, and you have to see how the predictable outcome is going to interact with the new situation. And as much as I'm not a fan of change, I do like novelty sometimes. There are some things I don't like to find different. I like things to be, a lot of things, to be the same every time I encounter them. That was a weird lag thing. So I think tomorrow's stream, and I'm not even close to done with today's stream. It's only, what, 9:30, something like that? And oh, also, I don't know what show that is from, by the way. The Goodman Don't Need Rules today is not the day to find out why I have so many. I have no idea where that quote's from. I'm not even sure if it sounds familiar. I like it, though. Anyway, tomorrow I plan on trying to figure out more stuff regarding the data pack. So what I will probably end up doing for my stream is getting a fresh world and experiencing the whole thing from the beginning and see if I can demonstrate what I have to go through each time I make a new setup, so you can actually see the entire testing process. And then I'll just spend the rest of the day either repairing something that might be broken in the collection, or just playing the data pack setup as a new world and do a little bit of adventure and exploration and stuff like that. Oh, in order to get the lodgets, you do have to finish the race on Cell to Singularity. I will almost certainly not be getting any lodgets from the race. Especially because, as I've shown, there were 4 players who finished the 7 or 8 day event in less than 15 hours. Which is redonkulous. That's from Doctor Who? Which doctor? I don't remember. That sounds like it might be a Matt Smith type of saying. But I don't remember hearing that phrase. Yeah. Get those gains. That's the way to do it. Oops. It was Matt Smith? Okay. Was that before or after he turned 9 billion years old? Was that happy-go-lucky Matt Smith, or was that grumpy old man Matt Smith? Okay, so this is the solid ring. Okay. So tonight it is supposed to get down to about 21 degrees. Last time I checked here at my house. It will be the first night of the season that is sub-freezing temperature. That is 21 degrees Fahrenheit, or freedom units, not 21 degrees Celsius or centigrade. I really did like the Matt Smith character development, because he started off as the happy-go-lucky, the basically trying to forget all the terribleness, trying to enjoy what there is of life. He started off, he tried really, really hard to stick to that. But the universe kept throwing curveball after curveball after curveball, and it just took more and more away from him over time, to the point where he was like, enough is enough. And then that one defining moment where he gets imprisoned and he comes, as he says, the long way round. That's the tipping point where his character emerged fully, I guess. It is kind of fun to watch the Doctor try to be the defender of, not necessarily the defender of right, but the defender of good. Because I seem to recall several instances where he didn't do the thing that was right. He did the thing that was good. And not by right, I mean right within the confines of the situation. And the best part about it is, later on, there are circumstances where, while he did the good thing, it turned out to be definitely the wrong thing, and he had to deal with the situation again. Famously, the satellite, the Bad Wolf satellite, I can't remember what it's called, that he got everyone effectively unbrainwashed, and then later he came back and it had been repurposed because he left it to just be run by the people who were already in the system, and they didn't have any training or any counter example, so they just did what they were going to do, and it ended up becoming run as a sort of a proxy state for the Daleks. and everyone was in these terrible game shows. By the way, spoiler alert, I guess technically, but it's not really spoiler alert at this point. It's been long enough that if you've not seen it, that's a choice if you are a Doctor Who fan. But that is definitely not the only situation where him choosing to do the good thing versus the right thing has proven to be the wrong thing. Sometimes doing the good thing did turn out to be the right thing, and that was also touched. But they, at least of what I've noticed of those situations, they have pretty evenly split it down the middle, 50-50. When he does the good thing, it's either going to be the right or the wrong thing, and it's just going to depend on the situation. And I do like that. I have not seen any of anything after Matt Smith. I refuse to watch that clown character who I don't know what they were doing with the writing for that. They I'm sure that the actress who was given the role of the Doctor is a fantastic actress. I am convinced that they would not give this role of the Doctor to a bad actor or actress. I'm convinced of that. So I'm not putting the blame on the actress. I'm putting the blame on the writers in that season, incarnation, whatever, and in that Doctor's regeneration. They literally wrote the Doctor to have no compass, breaking all the rules that are established for the Doctor, changing the rules, overturning past decisions, turning good situations into just horrible messes, and then never touching on, oh yeah, here's some repercussions. That whole situation around that incarnation of the Doctor is just terrible, and I refuse to watch any of it. Oh, wait, these are the gaps. And I have not seen anything of the new Doctor since, because I don't have access to it. And I'm afraid that maybe they had the same writer and are continuing with the same problem that happened with her. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't have any information for that yet. But, yeah, I love Doctor Who. It's a great show when it's written right. I found a mystery box. It has 2 stars in it. Rigel and Betelgeuse. did it again. This is a gap. Wait a minute. Now these are not the gaps. These are the filled in ones. I think Tophet is the writer of some of the best episodes of Doctor Who I have seen. I think it's Tophet. And they kept in mind massive story arcs and plans and things that tie everything together very nicely. And whoever the writer is after Matt Smith, I hope that what happened is they just said, write the character how you feel it's going to actually be. Do what you're gonna do. I hope that's what it was. I hope it wasn't the people who have the trust and I guess the ownership of the intellectual property said, yes, this is how we want things to go. Yeah, Moffat. Moffat is a... I think it's Moffat. That's the good writer. Here, let's not me misspeak. I want to make sure that I am providing the correct information. Which doctors did Moffat write? The 11th and 12th Doctor. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Writer for 13th Doctor. Chibnall. And then we have Russell T Davies, which was also a great writer. All right, come on, hide that. There we go. Don't want to spend all episode Googling things. Or I guess all stream. I think, you know, what I ought to do for... What I ought to do for the setting up of the data pack server is include the file setups, because I don't have to set up anything for the resource pack, so I don't have to do that tediousness. And you would see me roll my eyes if I was on cam right now or something, face cam. Doing the resource packs is doable, but it's a pain in the butt. It is my least favorite of the steps involved with merging dozens of things together No, this needs to be solid again. Oops, oops, oops. Now, I'm sure that Chibnall is a great storyteller and a great writer. Otherwise, they would not have gone to them and said, hey, we're trusting you with Doctor Who. I'm sure that they are great. But what I'm also sure about is that they were not familiar enough with what and who the Doctor is to be able to adequately write the Doctor. Doctor Who isn't a character, Doctor Who is a philosophy. And it takes more than just writing a character in order to exhibit that philosophy. What Chibnall did was they gave cop-out decisions. They gave easy answers to hard questions. They did not examine the roots of the problems. And they mistreated some of the recurring characters or species or whatever compared to how the show has always been done. And while some traditions in some situations can be a little stale and overdone, in Doctor Who there are some traditions that you just don't mess with. They are what make Doctor Who Doctor Who, and Chibnall didn't adhere to them. Chibnall almost did to Doctor Who what They Who Shall Not Be Named did to Star Wars. Also, welcome back, George. Oh yeah, the Shovel Knight collab. Do I have Shovel Knight? I don't think I have Shovel Knight. Let's see here. Shovel... No, I do not have Shovel Knight. Let's see here. Shovel Knight. Why do I have Shovel Knight in my ignored? Category. What is Shovel Knight? Did I misclick it? Let's click on this. Let's hope it's... Aha! Pause before it autoplays.
Browse all. Treasure trove. Where's Just Shovel Knight? Huh, I'll look at that later. Ah, speaking of Steam, because it is spoopy season, I went through the spoopy page and I found, let's see here, scroll all the way to the bottom, I found 28 new games that I have added to my library that are free games. A couple of them are prologues, and I don't tend to like to play prologues, but if it looks good enough to draw my attention, then I do play them sometimes. So maybe I'll play a spoopy game tomorrow for Halloween. I don't know. We'll see. Huh, I think I lost a piece. Interior decorating, my least favorite part of building stuff. I can do terrain, I can do exterior all day. Throw in interior decorating, and that's where I tend to go sparse. If you ever watch Green, he doesn't like to do the backs of things. I don't like to do the insides of things. So as far as decorations are concerned, I try to make the walls and the floors and the ceilings be the decorations so that I don't have to worry about putting in furniture and paintings and stuff like that. Every once in a while I'll go with like a carpet or something. But very often, the reason why I don't like to do the interiors, at least for small buildings, is because it takes almost as long to do the interior of a room as it does to build a mountain. And if I've got limited time, I'd rather build a mountain. If I do not have enough blocks to finish this layer, which I might not, I will go make enough blocks to finish this layer. And then we will see about probably the walls of Lordaeron next. Maybe I'll transition by harvesting and replanting some copper blocks for an in-between step. I have not seen. Why don't you show me? Woohoo! Love that Insta TP. Very nice. Oh, very nice. Are you going to be putting in maybe windows halfway up on these towers? I have this general rule of if it's anything more than 4 blocks, then there needs to be somewhere in it, and I'm only just showing you 1, 2, 3, somewhere in it, some sort of decoration that sticks out. Even just doing that right there is enough to make this feel less flat, which technically I guess that's because it's less flat, but you know what I mean. I like the fires. It's a very nice. I think if you put a hay bale underneath the campfire, it makes the smoke go up 2 or 3 times as tall. I think that's what it is. Yeah, that castle's coming along real nicely. I like it. Pre-revival Doctor Who. I have watched or listened to and own everything through Matt Smith. I think I'm only missing the final season of Matt Smith. I literally have everything. All the radio shows, all of the TV shows, I have it all. There are many episodes that they did not keep the video footage for, but they have the audio and some still frames. And what people have done is they've taken the audio and then put in still frames to match up with the scenes that they belong to in the audio. So you don't get a moving picture, but at least you get a general idea of what was going on. And I have it all the way back to the very first episode of the very first Doctor. I have everything. And this is why I feel so very strongly about the Chibnall Doctor Who, because they took an established fantastic character and treated it like trash. Like I said, I don't know who the actress is. I don't remember seeing her in anything else, but I'm sure that she is a fantastic actress. They picked David Tennant because he's a wonderful actor. They picked Christopher Eccleston because he is a fantastic actor. They picked Matt Smith similarly. Jonathan Hurt similarly. They are all fantastic actors, and I can't imagine that they would pick a bad actor for Doctor Who. So the only explanation I can give for Chibnall's Doctor Who being as terrible as it was because of the writer, not the actor. The writer did not understand who the character was, and then the actor acted exactly as they needed to match what they were told to do for the character as best as they could. If you look at it from that perspective, it's great, and it's great, I guess, fan fiction. What if Doctor Who was this? But it's not core Doctor Who. Now, hold on, PV2. No! So close. Home warehouse. Cuddles said that there was chiseled deep slate. Sweet. Back. Oh, now there is that delay, and I understand this one. This is so that people can't just spam teleport and go everywhere in moments. I agree with that teleport delay. Here's the thing. During the period when the rift in space-time was repaired during Matt Smith's Doctor Who, he was revivified. And because he is what's the term? The lonely child or the something child? He is treated specially amongst the Time Lords. He may, even built into the lore, he may have unlimited regenerations. And this is exhibited because technically River Song is not a Time Lord, but she can regenerate. Some of his specialness has rubbed off on, in conjunction with him and his TARDIS, has rubbed off on a few of the characters. More so the TARDIS when it comes to Billie Piper's character, Rose Tyler. That was more the TARDIS's doing, but it was also influenced a bit by the Doctor's character because, and this is actually examined in some of the episodes, the TARDIS is one with the Doctor, effectively. He has regenerated into the same form twice now. Yes. Technically 3 times if you want to count the David Tennant. put all of this down here. What's this? Oh, these are named. These are empty. These are empty. Ba, ba, ba. Oh yeah, just David Tennant has regenerated into himself. Actually, honestly, I would consider it 3 times because he was still in his regeneration cycle and he died again and well, his body was harmed again and he reformed further during the fight where he lost his hand. I count that, and most people still count that as a partial next regeneration as well. And this is where it starts getting into conspiracy theories. And imagine that conspiracy theories about Doctor Who. The world's a fun place. Let me go deal with my drink situation, and then I will do the copper, and then replant the copper, and then I'll decide if I want to go back to the sponge or if I want to work on the Undercity wall. I'll be right back.
Yes, this hand's a fighting hand. I also love from that doctor when they're asking him in that same situation, who are you? And he says, I don't know. And that's the thing, I don't know. Am I a lover? Am I a fighter? Am I good guy, bad guy? I don't know. And that's one of the things that sets apart the good writing aspects of Doctor Who is every single one, he knows that he's the Doctor, generally, but he doesn't know who he is, and he is familiar with the fact that it is a different Who every time. It's part of the Doctor Who mechanic. And I don't think Chibnall accepted that. Chibnall used certainty and defiance. And neither of those were the character. Yes, the War Doctor did act with certainty. Sure, I won't argue that. And they acted in defiance. They said, well, I'm not going to let this happen. I'm going to make this choice. So, yes, there are elements of that within the Doctor, but they are not the Doctor's description. Gotta come to the one that the person's standing at. Good job. Who is this? That was you! For shame. Maybe you didn't know. Two people can't use the same box at the same time. That's okay. That should be enough time for it to reopen, I think. Yeah, he didn't know what food he wants. He doesn't know his body. He doesn't know who he is. Doctor Who? Well, that's just it. I don't know. Technically, the very first Doctor in the series, that is, was they decided not to regenerate. They decided to simply grow old because they had seen enough. They had seen enough bad. They just wanted things to be good. They had seen the wrong. They had fixed what they could, and they just wanted to exist. And then not to exist at some point. And it wasn't until the events that happened during the first show that his character said, no, I can't give up. The universe needs me.
need to change these walls to wood so I don't accidentally break the walls. Actually, I can't easily do that. Come to think of it. Wait, no, I can. These walls are up high enough that they won't interfere with the warehouse. What? Oh, these. Oh, that's right. I was aging some of these because I had some extras. And I'm going to need a couple of the cut ones. That's right. Evilest thing I've ever done to someone. Let's see here. Are we talking intentionally? Well, I guess that's what an evil would be. Evil would be an intentional decision. And with that understanding, I'm gonna have to go with little to nothing, because I have always followed the guideline of treat people the way I'd like to be treated. Let's see here. I have I mean, I've done some like Halloween pranks, April Fool's jokes. I went into the coffee house router and the coffee house that I went to frequently in the past, and I set it so that anyone going to certain sites would instead get redirected to some prank sites. And this is before Rickrolling, so if there had been Rickrolling, I definitely would have had it redirect to, say, the Rickroll. Never going to give you a YouTube link or something, but outright evil. Intentionally, I would say probably nothing. Which makes me, I guess, pretty boring, but the way I look at it is, I don't want evil things to be done to me, so why should I be doing them to other people? I think it's part of the same sort of reason why I don't like PvP. I don't like confrontation. Ooh, I think I picked up all of those blocks. Nice. Oops. Ouch. Sorry, I was popping my thumb. Well, trying to, anyway. Hence the ouch. Wasn't cooperating. I really do like this color palette. I would say that this is almost a soothing color palette, and maybe it's because it's in the range of pastel, but not quite. But there's something about it that I find soothing. Should be able to go through this fast enough to pick up all the initial ones. As long as I don't do that too many times. Okay. Let's pick this stuff up. And then after I'm done picking this up, I will see what this story is unfolding in chat. Slime chunk.
think that's it. That's actually quite a lot. All right, so what we have here? Oh my. A pillow pet. Did you feel bad because someone else made you feel bad for wanting to have the thing that you also wanted? Or was it evil? Or are you saying that you did the choice because you didn't want it and that's what made it evil, is you specifically picked it because you knew someone else did want it? Because what's to say that the person who came after you wasn't going to just go ahead and do it themselves? You have no way of knowing if what you did was singular. Oh, you did it to be mean. Ah, I see. Did you know that most mammals have that sense of feeling bad about having done something wrong? And also, most mammals deliberately can choose to do something wrong, evil, whatever you want to call it. They choose to do it, and they know that they have done something that is contrary to social norms for whatever their social group is. That's like every mammal on the planet has that. And interestingly enough, because most house pets, dogs and cats especially, particularly dogs, are in the same social structure when in confines of a house anyway. They know when they have done something wrong within that structure. Dogs and cats just know. And they are choosing to try to get away with doing something that they know is, quote, wrong. Also, it is an active, deliberate choice. And that's not limited to just dogs. People do it too. People, as a whole, will try to get away with whatever they can as far as they can push it. And that is actually sort of a growth trait where you try to find the loopholes, you try to push the buck, you try to find the extreme situations and get the most out of them. You try to skirt the system to
get the most benefit for the least work. That's an evolutionary trait. However, for some reason, even in species that don't seem to have as complex a social hierarchy as humans, there's still that attribute where they exhibit that they know they've done something, quote, wrong, and that they are behaving in such a way that they seem to feel bad about having done it, or at least about having gotten caught doing it. Do you still need the stone cutter? I have a stone cutter or two laying around. Ah, yes, Aflac. Oh, also, I should mention, to some extent, birds. Not all, but some birds also recognize right versus wrong within the constraints of a societal infrastructure. Not all birds, though. I am unaware of any reptiles or amphibians that exhibit the knowledge or tendency to deliberately choose what they know is wrong. And same goes with insects. I'm unaware of any insect or arachnid or anything like that that seems to have those sorts of, I guess, emotions. But most mammals and some birds. Oh, also no fish. However, fish do seem to seem to know the difference between playing and aggression. So maybe there is some infrastructure within fish. I'm not sure. I would have to look further into it. I am no ichthyologist.
trying to think if I can point at anything that I would be able to go, yes, that was decidedly evil. Which is to say, deliberately making the decision to do a thing that I knew was the incorrect thing to do, such that someone else would suffer. I do remember one thing I did. I'm not sure I would call this evil because my intention wasn't to be evil, but it was certainly interpreted as being a potentially vile choice. When I was a kid, I one time coated my sister's toothbrush with hand soap, like a bar of soap. I took the bristles and ran it across the soap and put it right back in the toothbrush holder. Now, I will explain what caused me to do this and my reasoning behind it. But that in and of itself, without any outside knowledge, for me, it seems like that would probably be the closest thing I could point to and go, maybe that. But here was the situation. My sister had always been the troublemaker of the family. I tended to just keep to myself. I know, big shocker. And she was, let's say, outspoken. And one time, she used some foul language, let's say. And I knew that the punishment for that was wash mouth out with soap. It had only been implemented, I think, once or twice. But I knew that it was the rule. I'd never experienced it, but I knew that it was the rule. The rule and punishment. And so the day went through and the promise was given that she was going to be getting her mouth washed out with soap. And then by the end of the day, it had never happened. And so I went, they forgot. I'll help. So I put some soap on the toothbrush so that when she would brush her teeth, it would wash her mouth out with soap. And that falls back to the question between doing the good thing and doing the right thing, which in retrospect, it was ultimately neither. It was the wrong thing, and it wasn't really a good thing. No matter
where my intentions lie. As they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And what that means is people can mean as well as they want when implementing something, but that something, either in its implementation or the result of its implementation, becomes a great bad. Let's go absurdity with it. An example of that would be that there are millions of starving people in the world. There are also millions of homeless and jobless people in the world. What one could do is feed all of the homeless people to the hungry people. That way there are no homeless and there are no hungry. It's probably not the right thing or a good thing to do, but it would be founded in good intentions. A gun you can't use? Wait, why can't you use it? Are there restrictions for using things in Fallout Shelter? I thought you could give anything to pretty much anyone. Well, I mean, there's gendered clothing, but beside that. Oh, a blueprint. Just this morning, I sent some people down to my weapon shop so that I could unlock all of these. It was, I think, almost 20 new blueprints for rare items, and I got started with the laser rifle? I think it's the laser rifle. And I'll build probably, I think, 8 or 7 of those, something like that, based on what resources I have, and try to get some more of those resources. So that everyone can have those things instead of the 6 to 8 damage from the sawed-off. Can have a Gatling laser, or not a Gatling laser, but a laser rifle, which is 17 damage, I think, and also 3 shots per round, so almost 3 times as much damage. Good night, Banish. It is an early night for you at 11. I don't know what day daylight savings changes. I know it's soon. Spring forward, fall back. And the leaves tell me it is fall. Oh, degaussing, yes. I'm familiar with degaussing. My big CRTs used to need to be degaussed all the time. But also, a Gaussian gun is a projectile launcher that uses a sequence of magnets to accelerate something by imparting a little bit more energy with each magnet that is passed on the route, so that by the time the projectile leaves the end of the, let's say, barrel, it has the compounded magnetism propulsion from everything in the sequence. And I actually used to use little ball bearing sequence guns to make Gaussian launchers. I could launch a piece of, like a little lump of nickel or whatever, or even a magnet. I could launch it through like a triple pane glass window from a little handheld thing. So that's a little more than 16.5 stacks of blocks for one batch. I've never actually counted. 16.5 plus 2. I really do love the color of this. It makes this blue ever so much more shocking. Anyway, let's go put this back away. Would you look at that? Put that back. Oh, I need to get more soul torches. Do I have more soul torches already made? Oh. Oh. Oh my. Okay. Soul sand. Oh, I should have just gone up the stairs. Soul sand. I will grab 4 stacks of soul sand. I will grab four stacks of sticks. Oops. and 4 stacks of coal. Ow. Since coal is renewable from wither skeletons, I'm not as concerned. Boop, and why? Oh, because it's a 2x2 crafting window. Let's do this, and let's get 16 more stacks of soul torches. There we go. And I've decided I'm just going to keep working on the Minger Sponge today. I don't feel like arguing with build heights for the walls and stuff like that, so I'm just going to use what I've got. Not jump back and forth, measuring from the single player world to see what goes where. I want today to be less brain, because I have to be spending my brain on other parts. Mostly that data pack stuff. Yeah, that is the problem with making a railgun, is the projectile, by the time it's done leaving the end of the launcher, the projectile itself, it has had so much energy imparted into it that it is slag as it's leaving, and it is itself emitting so much heat energy that it damages the accelerator. So there is a cutoff point where it is very fast but does not damage the accelerator, but its effectiveness is almost the same effectiveness as high-powered force multipliers that we already used anyway. And the chances of the projectile getting slagged or otherwise damaging the launcher is just, it's too high. Even using the miniature version where you just snap a whole bunch of magnets back and forth with each other, using that method, you can still shatter the magnets. So it is a matter of what resources you are willing to spend where and how. What is acceptable losses for the outcome? Oh, I don't need to line up to go up there. I just need to go / Q1. P time at noon. P weather clear. Well, yes, viable weapons should last more than 10. What would you say here? 10 to 100 shots? Well, yes. But I would say that larger weapons weapons that are installed, let's say, should last significantly longer. That's why it looks off, because it is off. Installation style weaponry ought to last along the lines of building degradations timescales, not mechanism degradation timescales. And even then, mechanization degradation is you add oil and stuff. You do routine maintenance to prevent it from degrading. So anything that is going to too quickly cause too much damage to the source of the damage needs to be disposable damage, and something like a railgun would not be disposable damage. It would be permanent installation, ideally. Let's see here. Boop, 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 boop. And the impracticality of it, the fact that it gets so damaged with so little use. It's a novelty thing, but it needs to be limited usage. It needs to be, well, here's a certain circumstance where this is useful. Like for instance, using incremental power, like you can get with magnetism, to launch a large enough weight, a large enough mass, at, say, a threatening asteroid. That could be something that would functionally be good enough, because it would be designed as a one-time use. And the amount of energy imparted on the target is tremendous when it comes to things like rail guns and Gaussian guns and whatnot. I used something that in the paperwork it was called a photon tube, so I have no idea what the thing actually is, but what it does is it aligns high density, high power amounts of light, high candle units into what is effectively a front wave hard laser, I guess you could call it, so that when the light is actually released from the end of the launcher, it is of such magnitude that it causes an impact in addition to any height or heat or other innervation damage. And it was demonstrated using a piece of paper such that the paper was held across the room, static, and then the cap was released and the light came out and it hit the piece of paper. It is basically like tissue paper, but it hit the paper and ruptured some of it and singed all the rest around where it was, but the rupture clearly happened before the singeing did. So it's like getting smacked by a wall of heat. But it came from this tube that was, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 feet long, something like that, and about as big around as my arm. So, small cannon, I guess, but it was made for light. It was interesting. Another non-traditional weapon that I have interacted with is they called it a death ray. It's not a death ray, but it is a pain gun. It can cause enormous amounts of discomfort at a distance while having no physical environmental effect. And what it does is it destabilizes bits of the brain and also bits of the nervous system to the point where the body will just say, no, this is wrong, this is too much pain, or it was also called a pain gun, or this makes me sick, or this is interfering with motor control. I can't be in control of my arms or whatever, they're just moving involuntarily, whatever. But it was demonstrated to work on anything with the nervous system, which is, I guess, kind of cruel, but yeah, that's a weird one. Non-traditional weaponry is always interesting. You could, and I went through step by step and actually reproduced it. Its effectiveness wasn't as good as advertised, but it did do things. There was a specific model of a Nokia phone where you could disassemble and reassemble in a certain way along with some other components to make a small handheld repulsion gun. And by repulsion, it's not like a force field, it's a pointed at someone and make them not want to be in that spot kind of projection. Another pain ray or whatever. Just it was interesting. Oops. Yes, directional acoustics. That is one that's actually proving to be a lot more functional and useful. Did I do these wrong? I did these wrong. The most common symptom reported when being on the receiving end of the discomfort weaponry is nausea. Which, yeah, I could see that. Did I skip a step? I did.
Where did I change it up? Huh. I guess it was right here. Weird. Okay. Oh, no, no, no. I started doing that and then I recognized that I had done the other one wrongly. That's what it is. Interestingly, you can make a sort of a Gaussian gun in Minecraft with TNT launching. Because you fool it into thinking that it's supposed to have traveled a certain amount of distance over a certain amount of ticks, and it just teleports the thing to that spot. Called bunker busters or whatever. So what plans do we have, we meaning you guys, what plans do we have for Halloween? My plans are, well, basically you're looking at it. Do stuff on probably Minecraft, definitely just stream stuff on my YouTube. Maybe stream some spoopy game. What are all the titles that I got? Let's see here. 03.04, Achromatic, Alpha Polaris, a horror adventure game. The Backrooms Game Free Edition. Bloody Walls, Book of Yogg, Idle RPG. It's horror, it's an idle RPG, idle game. Sign me up. It's probably going to end up being one of those, like, Sakura clicker or something like that. I don't know. I don't. You know, I should probably have looked to see out of all these that I got what all has achievements on Steam. That should have helped me make a better decision. I don't know. Anyway, we have Classified Stories Color Out of Space. That's based on an H.P. Lovecraft story.
Colony Sophia, Cube Escape Paradox, Dark Deception, The Devil Haunts Me, Escape, Fears to Fathom Episode 1. This is probably one of those prologue games. Fungi Man, Game Book, Edgar A. Poe, The Oval Portrait. Impasto, Madhouse Madness Prologue, The Outbreak Story, Phil, like Phil, Phil Alone, Poppy Playtime, Project Playtime, which those are free? Holy cow. SAS Zombie Assault 4. It's zombies, it's free. I'll look at it. Soul Dossier. The Suits Have Gone Mad. The Terrible Old Man. Undecember. Vessel Blue. And Yeli Orog, or however that's pronounced. So those are the things that I went through and I went, oh, what's free? What's free and interesting looking? And isn't MMOs? Because nuts to that. I have no interest in MMO stuff. I have enough time vampires as it is. And also no PvP. Yep, Phasmophobia is not free. What just happened? Am I? Yeah, it looks like I'm still streaming. Everything flashed. That was bizarre. I know what I can do. Let's see here. Boop-a-doop-boop-boo. I'll come over here. I will go. Screenshot. Paste. Cut. Discord. Other gaming channel. Paste. And then, oh, I probably should have done this all in one message. Oh well. Copy. Oh, wrong one. Print screen. Paste. And then cut and paste. Those are the new ones. And those are all free. There were a number of them that were free that looked like they might be fun, but they seemed to emphasize PvP, even though it says co-op on a lot of them. It still seemed to be less co-op-y than I like. There were a number of them that looked like they would be great games, fun to mess around with, until I looked at the reviews. If done right, an asset flip can be okay.
but that's a big if. And what an asset flip is you take a bunch of Unity assets and you, quote, make a game out of it and publish it. You know, that's a good question. Let's go over to Discord. She doesn't appear to be on. Let me send a text. Because that is concerning. Well, that's not how to type the word. There. Sent a message to her phone. I have her phone because we are IRL friends. And interestingly, it is where she lives that the refuge server exists. Which I need to see if I can somehow transfer data from the refuge, because I have a lot of data and settings that I would love to be able to just straight up implement. Can't do about half of the quest line because they all rely on MCMMO, and I'm not paying $20 for MCMMO. It's a nice plugin, but
especially if it's not even up to current. There's no point in spending money on that. Which is annoying because they did update it to 120, but it doesn't register the clearly obvious 120 blocks, not all of them, for the different tasks. Like bamboo doesn't count as any sort of plant material. Mangrove doesn't get identified as trees properly. There's a bunch of weird stuff. Okay. So this is a solid line now? Yes. Not gonna lie, when I saw that pop up, I was trying to interpret what it was meant to say, and that Shiva me timbers. I thought that meant Shiva, and I was trying to look back and identify it as like a transliteration of some Indian language or something. Ah, my phone has gone boop. Sorry, I am responding to a message. There we go.
Alright. So now the next layer. I should be able to finish this layer for the stream. It's only been about 4 hours. Holy smokes, there's only 2 of us on. Yeah, that's right. Just a moment. Okay, much better. Situation resolved and back to building. Let's see here. What other news? I have also been doing a little bit more editing for one of my books to see if I might be able to get that published before the end of the year. I have been spending so much time on trying to solidify other projects that it has eaten into my writing time, and I feel bad about that. But I'm making progress on something at all times, and as long as I'm not just sitting around doing nothing, I shouldn't feel bad. If there were more of me, I could do more things. I've also begun outlining another, let's call it book, that I am looking to publish on let's say the subject is okay. It's hard to say the word metaphysics without thinking, heebie-jeebie stuff. There's a category of philosophy called metaphysics, as in beyond physics, and the connotation that the word has garnered of late, and I mean of late as in over the last few decades, is more I wouldn't even say esoteric. It's more hokey than what the original intention of the word is. And so when using it, even though it is the correct term, it doesn't taste right. So, for lack of better term presently, the book is something on the subject. I don't even have a title for it yet. And maybe, I don't know. I don't know yet. But anyway, I am going to be using it to just examine some philosophical wanderings, and it's going to be in the format of like a workbook, because I'm going to be using it not for necessarily self-examination, but more for people to be able to use these certain methods to pursue understandings of let's say further information in the world that they tend to overlook.
that's that. This. But that's just a very, very rudimentary outline, beginnings of a book. It's probably not going to be ready for quite some time. I've made some progress on a number of the short stories that I have going. Very close to polishing off actually quite a few of them, kind of all at once. So that's good. It's still kind of neck and neck between whether or not I'm going to first be publishing a collection of short stories or my next novel. And when it comes to that, I'm kind of at the mercy of the muse. Because I can sit and stare at a screen all day and nothing will come to me. But then I go to lay down and all of a sudden, as soon as my head hits the pillow, and this is actually a recognized phenomenon, but I hate it. As soon as my head hits the pillow and my brain's starting to relax, then I get the rush of, oh, I need to work on building this, and here's how I can connect this to that, and here's more writing here, and I have to get right back up and write again, and very frustrating, but it's how it do. It's still not even midnight yet. I'm gonna work on the next layer. I'm gonna see if I can polish off this layer too. Let's do this. Okay. One of my bigger stumbling blocks between all of my different projects is when deciding what to work on next or most or whatever, or what that day is going to be comprised of. Because I'm trying to get past that certain threshold on YouTube, so much of my time is geared toward what am I going to do next on YouTube, that I don't leave myself a lot of time for my writing. What's the next stream? What's the next video? What's the next project I'm going to be working on? And I try to plan far enough in advance so that I can have something more ongoing like this. Putting this together is a lovely piece of stream material. I can just talk about whatever, and this gets worked on. And it's great. And it took a lot less of an initial brain investment to get this started than other things. Like, for instance, the Undercity build. That's a project that's going to be even more ongoing, and it's going to take a bit more brain to stay on top of it and to do the different subtasks. This, pretty mindless. But it all amounts to trying to give myself different kinds of things so that I have variety. And also, I have large enough projects that I don't have to worry about, well, this is only going to take 8 minutes. What am I going to do the rest of the 4 hours or whatever for the stream? I know going in that no matter what I do, I have something to fall back on and go, this is going to fill the rest of my stream. And the amount of time and effort spent in coming up with some of these, getting them started, prepping for them, all that kind of stuff. Bye-bye block. I'm not going to go after you. It's too far at this point. The amount of time and effort does not allow for much else. Then I've got the whole data pack thing I'm wanting to do. I have had to kind of suspend working on the mod pack that I was building because I have no guarantee it's going to get any traction. People aren't really as into the older mod packs, and the Suffer the Dark mod pack I was building is 1.16.5, so it's older. The Skyrim thing, I love it. I have a blast with it. And I could make that an additional ongoing thing. But any time I spend working on that is time I don't spend working on these. So I've got a lot of back burner projects and a few abandoned projects from the days of yore that I'm having to do some selective deferment because I only have so much brain power, I only have so much time during the day. And it is nice to be able to show some forward progress on things. But that doesn't stop me from feeling bad about not being able to do all the things that I want to do all the time. Which I think is one of the varieties of what's called FOMO, fear of missing out. Psychologically, I think it falls under that category. I see hearts appearing. much heart to you too. I knew it was Brianna. Hello, Brianna. I do ready my fist. What is the name of that robot? Fisto? Fallout New Vegas, there is a robot that you have to rescue and give a job to. I think its name is Fisto. Drink some drink. Oops. So as far as tomorrow's stream is concerned, while it is Halloween, I'm not sure how comfortable I am with just randomly selecting one of the new games that I've got. And here's why. One of the habits that I've noticed of a lot of more recent indie developers is just arbitrarily including semi-adult content, especially at the very beginnings of their stuff. Even if it doesn't exist anywhere else in the game, it's right there at the front. And if I'm going to go into a game, I prefer to vet it first a little bit. So I'm not sure how comfortable I am with just picking from the hat one of the games that I've gotten because spoopy season and just running with it. Yeah, I could maybe do, I don't know, the Poppy playtime or whatever, but I'm not really the kind of jump scare Markiplier, PewDiePie, face cam YouTuber. I'm not. And while I do enjoy them, most jump scares don't really affect me much because my attention isn't usually in the right spot for it to affect me, which is, I mean, unfortunate, I suppose. Oh, wait. Why are these? These aren't supposed to be here. This is too much blocks. Where? Oh. Uh-oh. I know I picked up some of them. Oh well. Oh, I saw that go down. We see this might be enough to justify falling all the way back down and getting them. Thought I saw something out of place. I knew something looked funny, I just couldn't figure out what it was. Now I know. That looks a lot better. I think what I'll probably do is after the stream tonight, I will launch a few of those games, download and launch them, and then just see what the beginning is like. See if it's going to be, let's say, brand friendly, and make my decision from there. While I do love the story games like what the Edgar Allan Poe one is probably going to end up being, I'm not sure how copacetic it is to do one of those on a stream. I mean, I could use the whole let the audience decide what choice I make thing, but there again, I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to be encountering in the game that might not be very fun. You say you wrote a story. What kind of story did you write?
Just a few more rings and this layer will be done. Something feels off. I usually start on this row here, not over here. No, it looks right. I guess that whole digging things up threw me off. Alright, well let's start over here so it doesn't throw me off anymore. Oops. Oops, oops. Okay, now. Oh, paragraph. While you are correct that that is a story, a better story would include why did they decide to stay home? There's a difference between making an unfortunate situation and making it an engaging situation. Go on, hit me again. There you go. Are there any Halloween mods? Yes, there are Halloween mods. A lot of them revolve around, unfortunately, the theme of adding Herobrine. There are some mods that add the classic monsters, vampire, werewolf, mummy, witch. Well, I mean, there's already witch, but what else? What else is in there? Invisible Man. Bother. I can't remember what else that mod adds. It's been a while. Some corny Halloween mods there are. I would have to get the version of Minecraft that those mods are for and test them, make sure they all work together to make anything really viably Halloweenish. But I mean, there's a bunch of horror mods. I have a bunch in my Suffer the Dark mod pack. But in order to make even a reasonable amount of progress on them, it's hours and hours and hours and hours and like days of actual gameplay to make it viable. So I'm not sure mod pack is the way to go. Did I?
That's what happened. I skipped one out here. Come on. Is that everything now? That's everything. Alright. So we've done another 6 layers today. That feels productive. And I am happy with it. And boy, we're way up here now. Let's see here. Put the feet there. Let's see how long it takes to fall to get down to there. Wow, that's enough time to regret life. Anyway. Wow. I love looking up and seeing how much actual progress there is. This is great. But I think after the 4.5 hours, especially because it is now past midnight, that this is a perfect opportunity to go ahead and wrap things up. So let's put this in here. Cat go meow. Hello, cat. So thank you ever so very much for watching, hanging out, spending time, chatting. If you want to hang out further, I have a Discord link down below that all you have to do is pick a role and you can come hang out when I am not streaming with us, play games, share screenshots and stories and things like that. Lots of stuff to do. That's enough time to regret life. Thank you. Anyway, if you like this video, do give it a like. I appreciate it. And if you haven't already, do please subscribe so you know when my future stuff comes out. Ring the bell, all that sort of stuff. If you are interested in helping to support the channel and the streams and stuff, even as little as $1 a month, I have a link down below to my Patreon as well as my Streamlabs where you can donate and tip whatever you feel like doing. Any amount is greatly appreciated and goes toward me being able to have a lot more options for me to be able to stream things for you and do things with you. So I'm trying to limit all of my online activity costs to what I earn from doing my online stuff. And so anything that comes in goes straight to making things better on here for you guys. But if you can't, don't feel too bad. Liking, subscribing, commenting, sending a link. Hey, I found this YouTuber that I'm enjoying. Here's their channel, doing things like that. It does help, even if it's just a little bit. But I'm going to go ahead and let you go so I can do some more work for the rest of my evening. It's after midnight, I'm hungry, and things like that. So this is Thorn of Night. I have been playing on the Performium Wild SMP, which you can join by coming to mc.performium.net and then typing /wild or clicking on the glowing lily pad, and that will take you here to Wild, where you could play with me. It is a free public server, not mine, someone else's, and it has a whole bunch of wonderful, terrific people, not the least of which include Johnny and Cuddles and Elmaze and Banish and Nextblaze Ninja and whole bunches of other people who aren't watching the stream right now and stuff. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. This is Thorn of Night. Thank you ever so very much for watching and hanging out. And I will talk to you. Feels so nice to be able to zoom in with Optifine. I will talk to you later.